Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. class. And just having a look at some of these riders out there. You can see these guys up on the pegs, transferring their weight and just maximising on that drive, and so they know that braking bumps. And I think there's going to be huge braking and acceleration of bumps in the MX1 going to be coming up shortly. So do not go down that track side. And do I have any predictions? Absolutely not. Because there's so many doing off-season training. I think even over Christmas, New Year, they were out training and preparing themselves for round one. Right here out at the weathered motocross track. For F&F, one of the products as well as Bridgestone with Jim Tarantino. But we've got lots and lots of sponsors out, and they make this day really, really possible for us. So if you're not down that trackside, go down. The big boys are coming out next, and those will be those big 450, big bang 4 strokes going to be coming out. And the start right behind us, and I had a look yesterday. Going into turn 1 is going to be so difficult for these riders. So that riders all going to be wanting to share a half a square metre, so definitely going to be banging bars going in. So not too much race time left for these 50s, for the big boys go out.
When you mentioned the track for the national, it's the Border Motocross National hosted at Weather. Border Motocross hosted it. Be there for them, but
all the MX1 riders are out in the Park Permit, and well, not the Park Permit, in actual fact, the pre-race paddock. So you're not down at trackside parks, I suggest you get there. We've got some big headers, and a lot of our riders here have actually raced abroad. And we know Cameron Durrow, double South African motocross champion in 2024. He wants to retain that number one plate. But lots and lots of riders want to knock him off that pedestal. We've got Slade Smith, also did lots and lots of racing in America last year. Just a couple of 50s are still out on circuit, but the checkered flag has gone out for them. Fitzgerald should actually be riding in the Vets Masters class. And Kieran, obviously, also riding out of that KTM, very, very involved. Well, gate. Championships. Unfortunately, we've had a couple of issues this morning. Lots and lots of rain over the last week. 60 mils on Tuesday. And when we arrived yesterday, more rain. And this track was tough, challenging and demanding yesterday. Another issue we've had this morning, unfortunately, our live timing has bombed out. So made it very difficult for myself. But we'll do what we can. At least you can see the coverage that is happening out here. We've got Rao Enterprises doing our live streaming, and yeah, this feed going to be going all over the world. An absolutely fantastic track. Well prepped last night when they went out. And we currently have the MX3 riders out on circuit at the moment. And yeah, Slade Smith got the whole shot. Unfortunately, well, crashing out and just was sent and spat right over the bars. And Jaden Proctor took the lead for a couple of laps. And our current South African champion. And that's Cameron Duro managed to get past, and just maintaining that gap between himself and the out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha rider. I track about 1.8 kilometers, lots and lots of spectators, lots of people sitting under trees having a brine. We're going to take all this action back into a pit lane a little bit later, and just to show you what happens behind the scenes. Obviously in motocross, and at MX1 class you've got Jan Vogelsang, Eben van Rooyen, Seth van Abile, Slade Smith, Onru Simon, Jaden Proctor, Callum Marriott, Maddie Milan. And then we've got a couple of riders that have moved up from the 250 class. Nice to have Callan Broskin out here, Mark Carty riding MX1 and MX2 out of that Yamaha, Adriana Catalano, Cameron Duro, Royce Griffin and Ethan Hoffman from Zone 7 down in Cape Town. And great to have multiple South African champion motocross as well as off-road racing, and that's Kerem Fitzgerald. Should be riding out in the Vets class, but he's decided he's going to bang bars with the big boys. Right, this track located out in East London on Shane Rutherford's farm. A dream of 7 years has now become a reality, and round one of the South African Motocross Championships, and it's brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, Bark Cargo, and nice to have Bike-wise involved in our nationals with Pepsil and Second Technologies and associate sponsors. That's Bandit Graphics and Red Bull, and obviously Red Bull famous for sponsoring the KTM brand worldwide. We'll be having a chat to LP Cox a little bit later as well, and we'll do a couple of interviews with some of our riders, but you can see Cameron Duro is way out front. Quite a tight, tricky track, some nice, huge, big jumps, so riders getting lots of airtime. Cameron Duro now just going to be coming past that finish line. Jaden Proctor just hanging in there and not losing too much ground. And I think Slade Smith might have got back up and in third place. Unfortunately, with our live timing, so difficult to know what's happening out there. I'm nowhere near trackside, so sitting in a little bit of a booth with a computer screen, and yeah, we'll give you the best action we can. But definitely a world-class track, and you can see the mechanics lane on the right-hand side there. So that's the signalling area for the riders. They know exactly how much time they've got left. They know the gap between themselves and second place. It looks like Ethan Hoffman having quite a good ride out there as well with Mark Coddy. Callum Marriott been doing lots of training up in Johannesburg lately, and I know a lot of these riders didn't even have an off season, and looks like a rider gone down at the back can just see the white flags going up there. Right, it's around about 28 degrees in East London. Yesterday was a little bit chilly, and you can see so many different race lines out for these riders. And just see how fast Cameron Duro up on those pegs, just going over those whoop section. They've really been flattened down. The track going to become very rough later on, obviously with all the rain and ripping it last night. You see the amount of airtime Cameron Duro gets. Right, they are starting to come past some of the back markers. next race will be the MX2 class, and also going to be a super fast, fantastic class. And just having a look at practices yesterday, 106 riders can take the overall honours out here at Weathered. Right, so check it, flag has come out for Cameron Barrow. Right, the Yamaha man going to bag some good national championship points. Right, so what we're doing today, we're giving a live race commentary as well as on circuit and lots of spectators out here. 168 entries out at round one of the National Motocross Championships. So lots and lots of boat racing still going to be taking place. Right, folks, it looks like we are going to have a bit of a podium ceremony. Unfortunately, I can't get there, but I'll walk down. And yeah, a bit difficult not having the live timing for myself today. Obviously, I'm pretty far away from my e-circuit, but nonetheless, the live streaming is absolutely fantastic. I'll see if we can try and get somebody to do those. How's that giving so for us? Because it looks like the 1-12 high school class. And folks, if you're not down that trackside, get yourself down there. These youngsters, they're not sure if they're men, they're not sure if they're boys. Testosterone is kicking in, And this is bar banging action, and certainly one of my favourite podcasts to commentate. So much great racing. Make your way down that trackside and come and support these riders risking life and live for round one of the American Motocross Championships. Fridays, we have the MX 125 high school class out on the start line. Right, so we have our reigning champion Trey Cox out on the number 37. Tristan Duro was leading the championships in 2024. Unfortunately, had a massive injury and put him out for a couple of months. We've got Blake Frost from KwaZulu-Natal, Levi Goodman, Ronald Graven, all the way from Kimberley, Aidan Henley out on that Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha. Also making his debut in this class, we've got Trevor Howell all the way from Bloemfontein, and Trevor put in quite a good practice session yesterday. It was tough and challenging for him. Thor Johnson out on the 169, 423, Ashton Martin, and also a new team into South Africa this year, and that's the Everest Yamaha Ridgeway Racing team. We got Timolo Mazibuka, Jack Roche, and he's riding for the KT, the Alfie Cox race stable. Riley Rocha, and that's a little guy from Zimbabwe, Cameron Stuckey, Blade Tilly, a really quick rider, now moved up into 125s all the way from Velkom. We've got Caden Visa, Damian Fenter, Andrew Fenter, Chris van Wyk, Renier van der Merwe, and Trent Valsecki, who's had a really great season over in Europe last year, and I'm sure going to be going back. Right, race fans, if you have just joined us, unfortunately our live timing is non-operational, and we'll do the best of what we can. And I'll mention it, my booth is pretty far from the tracks. I'm not even close to trackside, but we're going to give you the best coverage we can. And just all the classes are pretty stacked up. You can see a nice full gate, 168 entries out at the weathered motocross track. Brought to you by the Border Motocross track. Obviously, Motorsport South Africa and FIM Africa as well, with all our associated sponsors. The pits are a hive. So many things are happening down there. We have riders from literally every province and every corner in South Africa. Trey Cox on the number 37 is the reigning champion, won in 2024, and we can see our clerk of the course, Batty there. He's going to bring his riders under race order. That 15-second, 5-second board has gone up, and away they blast down into that corner. So the other riders going to go into turn one, and they all wanting that 1 meter, and it looks like fortunately they've all managed to get through. Yesterday morning that corner was literally unrideable. due to the heavy rains down in the Eastern Cape. Right, this is definitely a bar-banging action, and hopefully we can pick up some of the sound of these super fast 125s. You can see massive big tabletops right at the back, and all these, it's like poetry in motion. They're all just flying over those jumps. Right, looks like our race leaders already starting to check out. No deeper ruts as yet. I think with them ripping the circuit last night, it's made it a playing field, but it is starting to get rough for these riders. Right, as I mentioned, it's so difficult where I am, but is it Tristan Duro on the 444, the Motorex KTM? But Trey Cox, he's going to have to step it up pretty soon if he wants to retain that title. Trento Bolsecki out there as well, Blade Tilly out on that number 125 gas. So we've got a couple of Husqvarnas, Yamahas, KTMs out in this field. You can see these riders up on their foot pegs, because it is starting to top up quite a bit. We know Tristan Duro. I had a chat to him yesterday, and he did mention to me that his off-season training of his operation has all gone well, and ready to conquer the 2025 championships. You can see as they come past the Venture Sport corner. Right, so there's a race within a race a little bit further back. And hopefully you race fans out there will recognise your rider and the number. Very difficult for me at the moment to look how fast those 125s are. The lap times in actual fact are not far off the MX1 and MX2 lap times. You're one of the longest tracks out in South Africa. We've also got Viv Howell out there, and let's try and catch up with Mazibuko Chimalo. Cruiser Martin, very quick on 85s last year, and he's competing with his brother Ashton Martin, both on those Everest Health and also Ridgeway Racing Yamahas. It looks like a KTM out front, and that's a Motorex KTM. Just absolutely amazing as I go over that step up. Next up, race up is going to be the ladies class. The first of two motors. 15 minutes plus one lap. So folks, what we're going to try to do is obviously difficult at the moment with the live stream, just seeing the numbers as our live timing is not working. We're going to try and get one of our cameramen just to maybe just move their camera down a little bit so we can catch up and pick up on the numbers. Yeah, so we sort of unfortunately all in the dark a little bit at the moment. But it is work in progress, and unfortunately circumstances. It is round one, brand new venue. It's been 14 years since national championships were run out in the Eastern Cape in East London. So as soon as we can, if you could just bear with us, but you can see lots and lots of action out on the circuit. You can see how brilliant this track is. You can see the pace, the fast sections. There's some nice technical sections as well. So if you could just bear with us, we are going to try and sort this out for you. But if I can let you know, lots and lots of spectators, we're going to try and just show you a little bit of behind the scenes as well, what happens in the pits and that. But yeah, it looks like it is the 444. And that's Tristan Duro out on that Motor X KTM that's out in first. That I can confirm. And you can see they come through that faster left-hander. And you can just see in the background where Red Bull is, the amount of people that are out here at the moment. Trento Bolseki's out. Well, looks like Trey Cox is out in no place. I'm just going to try and get a runner to go down trackside and just get some numbers for me, and hopefully get a roving mic set up as well, so we can give you a proper feed on what's happening out on circuit as they come past Thor FMF, and that's going to be heading down towards the finish line. They go over a massive big step up, and you can see the mechanics lane on the right hand side. Right, so Trey Cox is now mad on a mission, and this championships was between Tristan Duro and Trey Cox last year. Is Trey Cox starting to catch up? It looks like it's now starting to hot up a little bit, so we've got two KTMs out front, trying to catch up with some of our Yamaha riders out there, also some of the gas. Right, having a chat to some of our cameramen, and yeah, we will certainly try and sort this issue out. But a nice big field out in the 125 class, and if you did miss it earlier on, 168 entries, round one, National Motocross Championships. Going to be a long season going all over the countryside. Right, so it looks like what's happened to Trey Cox, he's fallen back somewhat, and it looks like our race leader on the Motor X KTM has now just started to check out. You can see how smooth he is, gets into those deep ruts, gets on the gas, maximum drive going to be going over that massive big tabletop, and here comes our second place rider. Try and catch up with who's third, and I think it could be Volsecki out in third. Just come off 85. Right, so the race on. It's Duro, and then it is our second place rider, and that's the Red Bull KTM current champion, Trento Volsecki, on that number 300 on that gas. Actually riding MX1 and MX2, and you can see Duro now starting to come past some of the lappers. Oh, pretty scary for some of these guys that just literally jump right over your head. But these guys in total control. And Duro has he got the whole shot, and he's led from start to finish. One more heat to go a little bit later on. Oh, a little bit of a head shake there. And you can see there's so many different line options the way this circuit has been built as our race leader goes over. Going to be coming past the finish line. I don't think too much race time as he goes through Bridgestone into Thor. Nice to have Barkwise out here today as well, supporting our motocross. Lots and lots of great brands. We'll have a chat to David Goosen from Barkwise a little later, former champion, and he's actually made his appearance riding in the Vets Masters class today, and the only rider out on a two-stroke. Right, and that was little Tilly all the way from Valcom. So Blade Tilly, and we know he's been a front runner for many years. So great to have him back, and certainly going to be a threat once he starts getting that fitness up a little bit. One of the Yamahas, and is that Aiden Henley. Or it could even be Thor Johnson. Thor Johnson having a great race out at Zone 7 last year at the FIM Motocross of African Nations, actually getting onto the podium. So lots of these riders have represented South Africa at the FIM Motocross of African Nations. Lots of them have represented South Africa at the World Junior Championships, and quite a few of our riders have been competing in America. In actual fact, Cameron Duro, who won the MX1 in the last moto, also recently returned from the States. Got Slade Smith, also MX1 that's returned from America, and the lone Honda rider. And today brought to you by TRP, Venture Sport, Bar Cargo, Barkwise, Repsol, and that's that fancy bark wash, and Second Technologies, and then some of the associated Red Bull and Bandit Graphics. As our race leader comes through, not too much race time left. So it's Duro from Cox, from Volsecki. The Border Motocross Committee really pulled all the stops out. And if I look at the track, yesterday, or Thursday when I arrived, compared to now, it is definitely a world-class facility. And greater show, and that's motocross all over Africa this year. Literally all the provinces walk, and it looks like we've had a rider capsize there. We need to get some of these trapped underneath that bike. Oh, that was a bit of good coverage there. Right, so yellow flags, and that's going right into that hairpin bend. It is a little bit soft. Right, and he's up, and fortunately all good. Just going to turn around, and obviously part of the rules is you've got to get back on the circuit where you left the circuit. The discipline with these riders, absolutely brilliant. just having a look at the pace out there. I'm sure the lap times are just getting faster and faster as the track gets better. Was there a 999 of Levi Goodman that went down, but he's back up and running again. These guys are as tough as nails. Crash, get up and just keep pushing. But it looks like the last lap board has come out to one more lap before the ladies come out onto the circuit. But not too much race time left for Tristan Duro. So it's the 444, followed by the number 1, and then the number 300 of Trent Volseki. And we obviously are very proud to announce that motocross in South Africa is booming. And this is a testament to what's happening out here today as they go through Motul. Right, so you can see that last lap board out for our riders, right in front of the signalling area. And unfortunately our pro timing not working. Crowd support from some of the riders as they come through. They're going to be getting the checkered flag shortly. Right, that's the number 1 of Trey Cox that we are following now on that red Bull KTM. Has something else happened out there? Oh, and it looks like Trey Cox has taken the win. Oh, what has happened to race leader? It looks like he might have gone down the 444 of Tristan Duro, and it looks like Volseki went out into second place. Right, so the current champion, 2024 South African champion, and that is Trey Cox on the Red Bull KTM taking the win, and exactly where he left off in 2024. Ladies action going to be coming up next. Oh, looks like. So the start of the ladies, and oh, we've got quite a few of them, yeah, and two of our big hitters. I know Kayla Roth won many championships. She's now retired from motocross, and Leah Haygate is studying out in Mauritius. So this has opened up the door for all these ladies. We've got Ivana Fent on number 32, Tasman Strunkhider on 127, 68 is Chloe Ree from Cape Town. Nice to have Bianca Brown-Jones out on the number 91, Jessica Osner. Sorry, Brown-Jones on 91, 47 is Chloe Woodendahl, Peyton Love, and she's all the way from the north coast up in Belito, and her first massive big race, and great to see her coming out here. Kelly Beertger and Zoe Buerter, Genevieve Edwards on the number 12 machine. Right, so we are going to try and set up a camera somewhere so we can see the numbers. So if you could just bear with us, but you can see lots and lots of action out on circuit. Right, we're going to give you some feedback. So Ivana Fenter out in first place. It looks like Zoe Buerter out in second. Right, so Ivana Fenter, she's one of the girls going to be representing Africa at the World Africa Championships. Quite a few ladies from all over Africa, and they're going to be playing and doing that Intercontinental Championships that's going to be coming up. So Ivana Fenter getting the whole shot of leading, and Zoe Buerter out in second. Right, as Fenter goes around the Venture Sport back rhythm section, massive big tabletop, and you can see these ladies, they literally do everything that an MX1, MX2 can do. And this ladies class definitely something we are building on, and lots and lots of new riders going to be coming in. I spoke to a couple of young girls from East London this morning, and they definitely going to be back next year. You just see that ponytail coming out of the back of that helmet. Some of the earth moving equipment that's prepared such a wonderful circuit out here for us today. But some of these corners are quite difficult because as you run into the shade, very difficult to see some of the race lines and some of the deep ruts. But a little bit of cloud cover has pulled out, but 28 degrees, hot, humid out at weathered motocross track. And you can see Ivana Fenter does all these jumps in that as well. Right, normally out at motocross, unfortunately, because our live timing is not working, we normally have a podium for our top three. Right, looks like the number 21 machine has moved out into third place, and that's Jessica Osner. That's gone into second, third, so she's behind Zoe Buerter. And it looks like they're just putting out the stops. Ivana Fenter still out in front. Her brother riding out in that MX2 class, Damien Fenter, a little bit later today. So not much change up at the front. and our 85 class will be coming up next. Stacked field. And obviously the performance of these bikes get a 17% increase in horsepower. The Ocean, only a couple of kilometers away from where the track is, as the crow flies, probably only around about 3 kilometers. You still see lots and lots of moist out on circuit. Big guys on the MX1 really just sorted the track out from yesterday until today. So Jessica Osner having a great ride there in third place. And no, she got a couple of podiums last year. We also got Tasman stuck on Chloe Ree from Cape Town. Bianca Proudjohn's coming off an injury as well, all the way from Johannesburg in Gauteng. Michaela Hills, Genevieve Edwards running out fourth, fifth and sixth place. But still Ivana Fenter, she's really pulled a massive gap out there. Lots of hard work, and I saw in the off-season, being at a couple of venues, the amount of riders that didn't even have a Christmas or a New Year. And we all know motocross, physically the most demanding sport in the world. Wow, look at that ponytail as she goes over that jump. I wouldn't like to be on a circuit with some of these lady riders, and you can see up on the pegs how those riding style of these ladies, absolutely phenomenal. So it's still Jessica Osner in third place, and she's running behind Zoe Buerta. A couple of these ladies are going to be representing South Africa at the FIM Motocross of Nations this year, and that actually takes us all the way out to Nairobi in Kenya. But so no change up the order at the moment, and it looks like it's pretty much going to stay this way. All these top three ladies really look like they're in total control. Now, the weatherman predicted lots of wind today. Absolutely no wind whatsoever. So perfect day for round one of the National Motocross Championships. So many great products out here. We've got Torcroft, Pirelli, Rai helmets, Motul, just quality brands, and great that all these companies invest in the wonderful world of motocross. No, definitely one of the longest circuits out on our national calendar this year. As the final fence goes around the back end of the circuit, going to be coming through to complete one more lap ahead of Zoe Buerta. Jessica Osner having a great ride out on that Ridgeway racing machine of hers. Ivana Fenter, lots and lots of training from Megan Prinsloo. So ladies opening up training facilities, training some of these ladies, and you can see the benefits of it in absolute control. And trust me, this circuit a lot rougher as Fenter goes past the finish line and the mechanic zone. So half race distance completed for Ivana Fenter.
Just have in the back of your mind, because going out international we missed that angle. Okay. Rose Studios. So doing a wonderful job. Just be careful with that. I know it's for us talking on the microphone, we comment and it happens, but for them, you know, it's people hear stuff like that. Rose Studios.
Right, so today's live streaming brought to you by Row Enterprises, the first motocross national that they've, Row Studios, first national motocross that they are doing the live streaming. Fantastic setup that they've got. And yeah, pretty about our live timing. But also great out at Weathered Motocross in East London. Some of our race fans enjoying it out as Ivana Fenter goes through. 85s are currently in pre-race paddock at the moment. Jessica Osner definitely going to want that third place podium. Right, so there goes Ivana Fenter coming through, just coming past some of those back markers in there. That looks like the number 127, and it looks like we are going to get some numbers with Row Studios as Fenter goes through on that number 32 machine. So still Fenter from Zoe Buerta. In third place, Jessica Osner.
We're going to do hit once podiums during lunchtime. Because we're mainly scoring now. That's a long time. We can't do it in the race. So hit one podiums will be done at lunchtime. Hit twos will be done after the race.
Right, so it looks like Jessica Osner is coming around, and she's going to be coming up. Got the whole shot and is led from start to finish. Right, and just had our clerk of the course, Batty, come and have a chat to me, and yeah, happy with proceedings. A few small issues, but that's the joys of living in Africa. So it's Fenter out in front. Chloe Odendahl still out there. Bianca Prout-Jones, Chloe Ree, Tasman struck on Ivana Fenter, a race leader. Yeah, and I'm sure Leah Haygate, the fast rider from Zambia, is going to be watching our live streaming and checking to see what's happening in South Africa. Because between her and Kayla Roth, they really put on a fantastic show in 2024. So great news, 2025 will bring a brand new South African ladies motocross champion, and it looks like Ivana Fenter's really stamped her authority on this. She's going to be coming past the finish line. We'll see when that last lap board comes out. You see a lot of these jumps, you just got to ride over them. They more obstacle as opposed to a jump. Right, so the last lap board has come out for Ivana Fenter as she goes past some of the lappers. Tasman struck on now just starting to pick up her pace a little bit out on circuit behind Michaela Hills and Genevieve Edwards. Peyton Love hasn't done much riding from Belito, and obviously they have a circuit out up on the north coast, so real tall order that she's driven all the way out to East London in the Eastern Cape. Kelly Beertger. Right, so Zoe Buerter still out in second place behind Ivana Venter, and obviously out in third place is Jessica Osner out on that Ridgeway Racing Husqvarna. Right, as we follow our race leader, just half a lap to go for Ivana Venter before 85. So all out at pre-race paddock at the moment, so they're going to be kicking off pretty soon. Lots and lots of rain out in the Eastern Cape, and you can see how beautiful and green it is. And definitely a world-class circuit. And the choice of our committee at MX Nationals hosting the first round through border motocross at Weathered. A fantastic idea. And I'm sure we're going to be back in 2026. Right, so Venter going to come through that left-hander. And that's right in front of where our spectator area is. You can see lots and lots of lines there, but no deep ruts. And she's going to go over that jump onto a little bit of a right-hand sort of a ski jump. You've got a choice of two options, a joker lane or the actual circuit. Rides over that jump, and that checkered flag is going to be waiting for Ivana Venter. Whole shot and led from start to finish as she goes over the finish tabletop, and the checkered flag comes out. We'll wait for our second place rider. That's Zoe Buerter, and in third place. Great ride. Came actually from the back of the field, from where we could sort of kind of see it. And that's the wrap of our MX ladies. First heat of two heats. And we'll catch up with you guys shortly for MX 85 action. Right, so folks, the customary for us. Make your way up to the clubhouse. There is a laugh band as well. So lots and lots of entertainment. You're welcome. If you're 18 years and older, you're welcome to come up to the Red Bull area and grab yourself ice cold Red Bull. But only 18 years. Red Bull. So 85 class will be coming up next.
like they follow the whole way around. So it's a little bit like now I was supposed to obviously I'm
Oh, so you follow them?
yeah, so I followed it. So they literally it was like a half student went right around the hospital, so but check out like this.
Is that on the gun?
No, it's not getting stuff. So this is all yeah, so I'm actually commentating this and doing this.
I'd say you to see what's going on all over the world. Welcome to the Groovy, and we'll show you
Oh, really? Yeah, my dad said he's watching it on YouTube. So by the time he wasn't working. Yeah. But by the time he's working now, it is. He posted results. He did post results.
What a great start there for the MX85. We'll catch up with our race leaders. But just running out the 85 class, we've got Brady Birchen. We know how quick he was on a 65 last year. Raiden Wolves from, he's still out on the 65 though. And then we've got Liam Kenny, Ruben Kaywood all the way from Kimberley, Keegan Crawford. We've got Maxwell Perry, Evan Frost, Owen Graven, Bill Cameron Howell from Pilkerton, Fenton Cressman, Cabello, Ledwaber, Keegan Miles, Thomas Miller, Ruan Becker, and Aidan Rutif. Seth Palabolt, Julian Pagliosveld, Brendan Ponsale, and Cassia Ponsale. Lots and lots of fast riders out here. And this championship going to be wide open for these guys. You see how hectic that turn one was. That elusive whole shot. Right, looks like our 2024 South African champion is out front, and that's Trenton Kretzmann, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Right, so it's Kretzmann out in front on that number one machine. And, Brady Birch is out in second. What a great start there for Birch. And Cabello led Waba. He's in third place. We know Cabello, he's riding out of that Better Brands team from Zimbabwe. And lots and lots of super fast riders coming out of KZN. A lot of our championships won last year. I'd probably say 85% of those riders came from KwaZulu-Natal. And obviously we've got a national championships out at Thunder Valley later on this year down in Pietermaritzburg. Right, it's a great start there for Kretzmann, a 50 champion, 65 champion, 85 champion, and now he's going to go and retain that title once more. You can see the deep ruts in these little bikes that just dig into those deep ruts. Bit of wind kicking up and bringing in a bit of cloud cover. Will make those bikes perform a little bit better than what they are. Right, so it's Kretzmann from Birch, and then Ledwaba out in third place. A lot of our 85 riders at 24 moved up to that 125 high school class this year. Right, Kretzmann's really starting to check out. Quite a tall rider on that 85. Will be his last year, and he'll be moving up to the 125 high school class. And you can see these 85s will jump every single thing that a big 450 will. You look at their corner speed. Absolutely phenomenal. Right, so Birch is not giving up as Kretzmann looks behind him. Whoa, a little bit of a hiccup there for Kretzmann. Just that foot of his sliding off the pegs. Not what you want to be doing out at this level. Right, so fourth, fifth, we're going to catch up with him shortly, but it looks like it's going to be a fight for that podium. Looks like third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are just starting to get closer and closer as Kretzmann just hangs in there. Looks over his shoulder once again because he knows that Birch is a fighter. Birch had a great race out at Summer Series in Zimbabwe in December. Also represented South Africa, and I'm sure going to be representing South Africa once again in 2025. Dad obviously a top rider, and that's Brett Bircher. Right, so Kretzmann, yeah, it looks like he's starting to gap it a little bit. And race fans, if you've just joined us, world-class facility out at the Weathered Motocross track in East London. Round one of the South African Motocross Championships. Brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, Bar Cargo, Bikewise, Pretzel, and Second Technologies. Right, so no change up the order. We're going to just send my runner down to let me know how's in fourth, fifth place. Right, so Chris out He's pulled a bit of a gap between himself and Bircher. Has actually pulled a little bit of a gap on our third place rider. But I'm sure Evan Frost is going to be up there somewhere. He normally is. Viv Hell from Bloemfontein, also another really fast rider, rode the World Junior Championships in Holland last year. Right, so these are Evan Frost out in fourth place. Cassie van Zyl running fifth place. Right, and Blake Frost, who rode here last year, has moved up. And yeah, we'll try catch up with Aiden Retief, also a South African champion, moving up. It's his first year out in this 85 class, coming off a massive injury from Tesla in 24, and Graben from Kimberley, also a great rider. So Ledwaba still out in third place. Right, so top two riders from KwaZulu-Natal, and then third place rider running out of Gauteng, and then the number 28 machine, and that's of Evan Frost from KwaZulu-Natal. And great to see so many spectators, and we're going to try and take a little walk through pit lane a little bit later and show you what happens behind the scenes there. But you can see lots and lots of people sitting under the trees, and this morning I went past there, and lots of families, even grannies out here enjoying a braai out there. Got a live band out here. The round table have set up a beer hall, so lots and lots for everybody to do out here as Cressman just flies over that table top. And you can see the pace of this youngster, quite a tall rider, but in total control. Right, he's going to go into that right-hander through the TLP distributors corner. We're already starting to come past some of the lappers. So it's still Kretzmann, Trenton Kretzmann on the number 1 machine. And he's ahead of Brody Birch on the number 30, and then Ledwaba out on the number 280 machine, and then Evan Frost on the 28, and then 234 is Cassie van Zyl. So no change out the order. It started getting a little bit close earlier. Viv Hell still in there as well, and we know a lot of these riders' consistency wins championships. And as long as they gain some valuable South African motocross championship points out here at Weathered, and take it into the next round. Right, straight after the 85, so we'll have the MX3 class, the Vets class, and the open support all combined as they come through Motorex. And you can see Cressman, just the lean angle he gets on that motorcycle, unbelievable. Just looking for so much drive, and that airtime really, really great. So not too much time left out in the Pro Mini class. Last year we initiated a Super Mini class, and they ran 85s and these 105 barrels, and this year it's all out on 85s. Right, you can see by the trees the wind has picked up somewhat. Gone dead.
Eh?
Everything's dead.
I wanted the time and the
Yeah, everything.
everything.
Yeah. Everything's dead.
mention there, what?
Everything's gone dead.
Oh, fuck. That's a fucker.
Yeah, this is going up to like 200,000 people. Yeah, so I'm doing the commentary and then obviously also the live streaming and it's nice because it's small cameras, so it's coming out with this. With a podium, you can see Cressman. I don't think too much race time left, just a rule, literally jumps right over someone's head. So yeah, number 28 of Frost in fourth place, and then Kasi Ponsal in fifth at the moment. Right, and there we go, and Cressman going to be going around, and we're going to check. Right, there goes Cressman. You can see one hand off, and he's going to be chucked 25, Valuable South African points for him. Next up will be Vets Masters, and a little break in communication there. Our electricity sort of kind of decided to expire somewhat. But you can see this track absolutely beautiful at the moment. We'll just wait for the rest of the field to complete their race. And they will be coming back a little bit later for the second race of the day. All right, folks, if you have just joined us, welcome to our live feed brought from the water motocross, the weathered motocross track. Unfortunately, our live timing bombed out this morning, so made it a little bit difficult, but you can, the coverage on the actual race itself, fantastic. And we've had some really good racing. You see the airtime that some of these youngsters are getting, and we'll catch up with you in a minute or two as the Vets Masters go out and do that. think it could be the Goose. Looks like it might be a David Goosen riding out on that 250 two-stroke. And yeah, hasn't done much motocross in a long time. They had a chat to him yesterday. And probably only done about 2 hours of motocross of late, but very involved in superbike racing down at Kavani. So great to have David Goosen back out. many times the champion himself. Actually rode out in Europe as well with motocross Zimbabwean rider. Also ridden in the World BMX Championships as well. Right, so we've got a new docket out on 99.94 is Keegan Deploy, David Goosen on the 21, Royce Griffin 141, Jason Hill 17, Graham Overy 114, and Sean Strunkarder out on the number 100. And then we've got the MX3 Vets, and it's between 35 and 49 years of age. Roberta De Luca, Jonathan Deploy, Lario Detoy, Greg Caldenes. Oh, great to see him. Had a chat to him yesterday as well. Brandon Wheeler's out there. Jan Ryan is out there. Now, Greg Caldenes, a former national superbike champion, and also rode for the Goldbet World BMW superbike team for many years. So great to have Greg out here. And also, he's not out here today, but Doran Larero, also a former motorcycle champion, and he's also come back to motocross. So, whoa, a bit of a race out front there. Oh, the wind has picked up somewhat. Right, and I think Goosen's gone through that joker lane, so you can see there's a split in the circuit. Oh, you can hear the distinct sound of that 250 two-stroke of the bike was David Goosen. Right, and I had a chat to Leon Duro just now, obviously out in the MX 105 high school class, and Tristan Duro led for so long, and yeah, unfortunately has come to a little bit of arm pump, but we know how strenuous this sport is. Tests were done a couple of years ago, got a whole lot of athletes from different sports, and I'll tell you, motocross topped them all. Right, so the Goose is on the gas, and hasn't lost any of his race style at all. As quick as he was when he left motocross a couple of years ago. Is he going to go for this MX3 National Championships in 2025? Pity we don't have live timing. I'd love to see the lap times of these guys. I think they're probably going to be on par with some of our premier classes. There's certainly a lot of talent within this class. Right, so a little bit of a shortened race for these guys. I think they run around about 12 minutes plus one lap. Obviously, the old timers sort of fatigue and get tired a little bit quicker than everybody else. Fantastic style that David Goosen has got. And his dad's actually come out from the UK to come and support him today. And obviously, Andre Goosen spent so much time at motocross tracks in his career. And obviously, David did his apprenticeship in motocross at Donnybrook in Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe also produced some great races. A lot of them come and ride down south as well. But unfortunately, I can't pick up second, third. I'll try and send my runner out to the track. I'm far, far away from the circuit itself. Studios are really giving us some great coverage. You can see how well manicured the whole circuit is, even the outlying of the circuit, just absolutely brilliant as they go past Modal over that Whoop section. And yesterday when I walked the track, those whoops looked a little bit mouldy, but yeah, they've been flattened. I think the big MX1, MX2 riders have really flattened it out somewhat. So it's literally pinned flat out. Keep that front wheel a little bit higher than normal and just roost and blast right over that whoop section. David Goosen going to be come through. Very technical left-hander that right in front of our main spectator area. Going to go through that right-hander. You've got a choice of either going left or going right. And not really a jump as such, but makes a technical a jump on a corner, go into a left-hander, over that massive big tabletop, fly down, going down towards the start straight. But just Sean Strunkheider having a good ride out there in the MX3 class with Levi Darty, and he's down from the Zone 7 track down in Cape Town. Jason Hill, first national motocross championships he's doing. Graham Overy, a long time standing rider, and I want to try and catch up if it's the Roberto De Luca. Was a very super fast rider many years ago, so I think he's also made a welcome return back to motocross. Lario Dutoy, Jonathan Dutoy, his brother, riding out in this race as well. Greg Caldenas is out on circuit, had a massive crash yesterday, but tough as can be. Brendan Wheeler, but obviously Dean Wheeler winning the national championships in 2024 has immigrated to New Zealand. So yeah, this class going to open up to a whole new championship winner and leader. So Goosen getting the whole shot and just hanging on to that lead, just extending his lead somewhat. And for a guy that's only put in a couple of hours this year, really on the place, I think we need to just chuck him into that MX1 class. But really enjoying that two-stroke. The only two-stroke in actual fact in any of our premier classes out here today. Most 99% of the riders out on four strokes. A couple of thousand spectators have pulled in, and they are expecting a lot more out here today. You can see David Goosen just dropping that left elbow to get through that corner. They are going to start coming past some of the back markers. Levi Doherty having a great ride. Royce Griffin out on the 141 machine. Jan Ryan, one of the motocross trainers down, and yeah, also riding in that Super Vets class with Wheeler, Greg Caldenas, Lario Dutoy, Jonathan Deploy, and Roberto De Luca, all running in the MX3 Vets. And yeah, that's the 35 to 49 category, and irrespective of age. Never too late to have a happy childhood out there. But it's still David Goosen out in front, and just see how much airtime he gets. Next up will be the 65 class. They'll be followed by the 85s, and then a stacked MX2 class. So lots and lots of action still out at Weathered MX Park in East London. But so David Goosen definitely got this all wrapped up. Not too much race time left for him. Starting to come past some of those back markers. See if that last lap board comes out. He's heading towards the finish. No last lap board for David Goosen as yet. Levi Doherty having a great ride out there as well. But a lot of these riders represented South Africa in Morocco last year. There by motocross of African nations. A couple of our vets are masters and literally across the whole board. So motocross alive and healthy in South Africa. Right, just had a chat to our clerk of the course, Batty, and got some feedback, and he's overwhelmed by the performance of all these riders, what's happening out there, and obviously a very, very safe track. The takeoff landings, just brilliant. Lots of work went in after yesterday's practice session. Each rider got 3 opportunities to practice. A lot of them opted out of not doing the first practice, as the circuit was completely saturated, was so wet yesterday, and a lot of the riders did some damage, but overnight work by Shane Rutherford and his crew, and this is what we got today, a world-class facility. Right, so David Goosen is still hanging in there. And I think Roberto De Luca, or probably it could be Jan Ryan leading out in the MX3 Vets older class. Right, the venue's brought in some live bands as well. So lots happening, folks, and if you don't want to watch our live streaming, follow MX National's Facebook page. Find out where the next event is and make sure you get there. It's value for money and entertainment of absolute note. Right, so David Goosen still out in front. Jan Ryan out in MX3 Vets. You can see a bit of a cloud cover just coming in on us. A bit of a cool breeze. Great for the riders. Obviously, won't fatigue as much and dehydrate as much as what they normally would do on a 30 degrees plus day. David Goosen are going to be coming past some of the back markers, and his pace definitely hasn't dropped off at all. Is he going to come around and going to see if he's going to get that last lap board when he comes through that hairpin bend. Going to be going down a right and a joker lane, and then over a little bit of an obstacle, and then another jump onto a big step up and past the finish plan, going down towards Park Ferme. Goosen goes over, and that last lap board has come out for David Goosen on the bike wires. Yamaha got the whole shot on that 252 stroke and has led from start to finish. 65 riders lined up in the pre-race paddock as we have the closing couple of minutes of this MX3 class. Woo, and not sure who that is, but he's on the galley, jumped right over that guy's head. Oh, no rest for the wicked, yeah. So just short of a half a lap left for David Goosen out on that number 21 machine. Jan Ryan in the MX3 Vets. Brandon Wheeler on the number 73. Also in the MX3 Vets with Greg Caldenas, Laura DeToy, Jonathan Deploy and Roberto DeLuca. And a whole host of MX3 riders. Levi Doherty, Keegan Deploy, David Goosen, Royce Griffin, Jason Hill and Graham Overy. With Sean Struckard, and I think his daughter actually rides out in the ladies class. So nice family sport. Right, so race leader now just getting past a couple of the back markers. Coming past our spectator zone, going past the food zone, just on the opposite side of the circuit. Going to be getting into the Joker lane. And oh yeah, he actually goes around the outside of this time, so used a total different line just to get past that back marker. You can see he's on the right hand side. Oh, and that back marker coming over, he's going to be super chuffed, and what a win there for David Goosen, MX3 and MX3 Vets. Next up will be our 65 class. And as the 65s blast away, you can see a packed field out there. Going into turn one, and as I mentioned earlier, you couldn't even get around that corner yesterday with the amount of rain. Total of 70 millimeters of rain fallen down at last year. Then David Bashki on the 981.38 is Finn Doden, Hanu Duplessis 201, Llewellyn Edwards on the 888, Aiden Fisher 86, 700 is Cameron Fraser, Riley Geldenhuis, and yeah, he's a super fast 50 rider, South African champion, and he should be pretty good out here on the 33 home track advantage. Mika Hendry on the number 7, 511 is Nathan Small. So massive 65 class here. Raiden Wolves out there, Johan Rowan Vessels, Troy Ryan Wenzel, Rice Cole Wenzel, Rourke Walker, Quad Walker, and Richard Smith, Nathan Small. We're trying to catch up with our race leaders. Right, folks, and if you have just joined our live streaming, welcome to the Weathered Motocross track. Oh, and our race leaders are gone down. I'm not sure who he is. And folks, if you could please forgive us, our live timing went down, so made it very difficult, and obviously we're going to do our best we can with the circumstances, and that's why we love Africa, and that's why we love South Africa so much, because things don't always work out the way we want, but you can definitely enjoy the visuals. Brought to you by Rao Studios. Right, we'll try and catch up with our race leader, and I'll get my runner to go and get our top 3 shortly. But hopefully you can pick up the numbers of your favorite rider back wherever you are in the world. I've had requests even from China, America today, following motocross in South Africa. Well, so it is Ross McKenzie from KwaZulu Natal out in front. We'll try to catch up with our second place rider, but out in third place is the number 63, Riley Geldenhuis, our local hotshot rider. He's in fourth place, his first year out in the 65 class. So it's Troy Ryan Wenzel currently in third place. Right, so Mackenzie's the man on the move at the moment from KwaZulu Natal. Right, the rider that crashed is back up and running, and He's now starting to get on the gas and starting to put the pressure on. And is he putting the pressure on Mackenzie? You can imagine how tough and demanding and challenging this track is for these junior riders. As Mackenzie goes through, Wawa's goes through. Josh is here on Nordia. Also just come up from 50s as well. Monroe Duplessis having a great ride out there. And the two Bensel brothers, Raiden Wolves. He's on that 345, and that was Raiden Wolves that went down earlier and crashed out of first place. And we know Raiden Wolves towards the end of the 2024 season was actually knocking on the door for podiums. And this championship wide open for this year. All our big headers moved up into that 85 class. You can see how hard it is and how difficult it is for these junior riders. Those braking and acceleration bumps just getting bigger and bigger, and they're going to get even worse once the MX2 riders come out just now. But even these 65 riders, oh, look at the air time that these little youngsters get, exact same as the big 250s and 450s. Massive air time for these youngsters. And those ruts are so deep that are forming now. As they get through, they get the lean angle. Those foot pegs scrape through the dirt. Obviously just breaks the momentum down and stabilizes them a little bit. But these guys are so talented and just get on the gas and drive out of any situation. So his Wolves are now starting to put pressure on Mackenzie, and it looks like he possibly is. Caught up from quite far back as they go over that loop section. Could be Kretzmann there, the younger brother of Trenton Kretzmann, who won out in that 85 class just now. So two brothers are competing in different classes, yeah. Right, Mackenzie riding out of the Alfie Cox ASP Global stable. And we know right out in a second place, riding for the Talker Craft team. And that's obviously run by Tony Riddell, a former Springbok motocross rider, many times a South African motocross rider, now become a trainer. And good to see a lot of our top trainers from all over the country out here today, just supporting and helping their pilots achieve and conquer their dreams. Already starting to come up to some of those back markers, but you can see Mackenzie is on the pegs. I spent some time up in Zimbabwe with him at motocross and supercross. But Mackenzie goes through what's happened to Raiden Wolves. Is he still fighting out, trying to get onto that podium as they go over the whoop section. Oh, nice view there. And you can actually see those whoops are actually quite big for these little youngsters. Nice close-up and huge air time. Another one of South Africa's premier classes coming up just now, and that's the MX2 class. All those big 250 4 strokes, all the major brands running in that class. Lots of factory teams in that class as well. As Joshua Zianordia goes through, Kirby Cressman, Mika Hendricks, Riley Caldenes, still in fourth place. And also unfortunately had a massive crash in December when he was still on his 50s. So moved up to 65s and to be banging bars with the front runners. Absolutely brilliant. Mason Barnes, Alex Webb goes through on the 144. No, Mason Barnes on the 93, my apologies. 40 is Barwise, 981 is Bashki, Doden, Duplessis, Edwards, Fisher, Fraser, Caldenes, all going through. So the Alfie Cox pilot going to go be bagging his first national championship points for 2025. Brought to you by TRP Distributors, Venture Sport, Parkwise, and also the bar group is well supported. But we also have Tristan Purden racing overseas as well. Right, Nate Small, Travis Hart, some of our riders that are making their debut in national championship racing this year. Prepsol, one of our brand sponsors out here. Bucks certainly took a pounding yesterday with the wet track conditions, and at one stage we never even thought that racing would carry on. But Border Motocross and Weathered have really just pulled out all the stops overnight. You can just see how that bike bounces around of Mackenzie, but in total control. Just having a look at the side view, you were on the side of that track, he actually goes higher than some of those trees up there. One of our medics out on that 4x4 quad at the back end of the circuit. On the pegs, standing up. And Mackenzie just recently, last week, started preparing himself for the 85 class last week. Went and took a bike down to KZN for him. And he's going to start riding it as of next week. A lot of these riders towards the middle of the year going to be running 2 classes. So they'll run 85 and start preparing themselves for 85. So when 2026 comes along, they're there. Red and the Wolves are still hanging in to that second place. Got a beautiful start, whole shot, and just gapped it. And fortunately, our capsize went right over those bars. Run Vessels and the 2 Bensel brothers, the 2 Walker brothers, and Smith Small, Pretorius and Woodendall. Just coming under a bit of pressure from some of our race leaders. The pace very fast out there. Kirby Kretzman just hanging in there as well. But the local hero, that's Riley Caldenes, still hanging in, running out our top 5. Riders go past the finish to complete one more lap, and that last lap board has come out. So one more lap for our race leaders as our MX2 class prepared to do battle. 18 minutes plus 1 lap. Bit of support there from parents on the track side. Well, you can just see as they go over, some riders opt not to jump some of those massive big jumps. They are actually pretty daunting, scary. Running up to the face of that jump, I can tell you, it looks just like a brick wall. And then all of a sudden, you like launched 20 foot up in the air, and it's one thing taking off and another thing landing that motorcycle. But Kretsman just getting past there by Tristan McKenzie. Ross McKenzie, my apologies. So Ross McKenzie now just putting on the pressure, pulled out the stops, going through that whoop section, less than a half a lap left for him in his first of 2 motors today. Going down past the back of the tree line, right up to the top of the track. A little bit of natural terrain, built on a little bit of a hill, and unfortunately the cameras don't really pick up the elevation of the circuit itself. Right, so that's quite a big tabletop, a little bit too big for the 50 guys as they come through spectator zone into that left-hander. You can see that rut nice and deep on the pegs. You can see how bumpy the track is getting. Going to go into Joker Lane, and that's the Bridgestone Joker Lane, into the right-hand corner over a little bit of an obstacle. Our riders gone back, just catching up with Raiden Walls to Joker. And they know there's only about 40 meters left. But I'm sure the checkered flag has come out, just going back and just giving us a bit of coverage on some of the other riders. Action up next will be the MX2 class. I'm going to run through lots and lots that has happened over the off season. Lots of riders are moving up, lots of factory teams involved. So stay tuned. And we're going to be back with some bar banging action shortly. Tristan Duro out on that Motorex KTM. Garrick Hendy out of Africa, Yamaha. Jaden Holshausen, Ethan Lowe, Callum Marriott, Kyle Mayer, Blake Osner. Oh, what a massive big field. Kayla van Deventer moved up into this class as well. So is Lucas Venter. You just see the pace, how fast these riders are. Right, so it looks like Luca Grundy has moved out front. Luca came second in the championships last year, all the way from Mamsam Toti. Right, so Jaden Proctor's currently out in second place, and then we've got the number 7 machine. Oh, so what a great start there, but we saw in MX1 that Cameron DeRoe didn't get the start, but he managed to pull up and obviously win that race. So what a great start there for the Red Bull KTM rider, Luca Grundy. One of the young riders, obviously a double national 125 motocross champion. Moved up to the Premier class last year, got a second. Right, so Tristan DeRoe's up there. We'll try and see where Cameron DeRoe is. Cole Mayer out on the number 74 machine ahead of Blake Osner, Carl Phillips. Ricky Rife out there on the 25. Oh man, this man is on a mission. He's been wanting this. Spent a lot of time with Grundy. Oh, can you believe he's just checking out, and you can see that bike all over the show. Proctor still out in right, looks like Proctor's been relegated down to third place. And folks, if you've just joined us, welcome to Weathered Motocross down in the Eastern Cape. Right, so it's Red Bull KTM against the Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha team. We also got Mark Harty on the 24 machine, also riding for that Yamaha team. But, well, Grundy looks over his shoulder as he goes over that big tabletop. And you can just see drop that elbow into that deep rut, got on the gas, so aggressive. And you can see the track now really starting to break up. Massive air time there for the Red Bull KTM rider. The track just holding out so well after all the rain. Right, so all the way from Mamsam Toti in KwaZulu-Natal is Luca Grundy. We need to try and actually find out. We also have Trent Valsecki out in this class, also making his debut. So around about 8 riders actually coming out and joining the MX2 class. Trey Cox riding 2 classes, Trent Valsecki riding 125 and MX2. Right, so we have 2 KTMs out front. Grundy ahead of, well, he's just ahead of Cameron DeRoe, our current champion. Well, and he's putting a gap. And then we've got Jaden Proctor. So that number one machine of Cameron Duro won MX1 and MX2 national championships in 24. Oh, I don't know what kind of training Grundy has done in the off season, but he's certainly found those 2 seconds that he was lacking last year on his teammate. Nice deep rut, and you can just see how fast they're literally flat out through those corners. So it's Grundy from Duro from Proctor. But a race within a race. A little bit further back down the field, but these guys are really lapping at a fast pace. Massive airtime there for Grundy, and that's the ocean right on the other side of the trees. So the ocean are really close to us. A nice offshore breeze coming out at Weathered. Right, and obviously lots and lots of spectators, and folks, if you're out here, go join MX Nationals YouTube page, and you can follow the action. But this man is on an absolute mission at the moment. Red Bull fielding quite a strong team, and great news. I'll have a chat to Albie Cox a little bit later about what's happening in the wonderful World War. And Grundy now getting excited. He goes on the outside of the Joker lane, runs right wide on that berm, carries so much speed. Going to be going over that step up past, and the signal boards come out, and all the mechanics are telling them exactly what's happening out on circuit. I know we've got Andre Dearden out there, we've got Dwight Davis out there, we've got Shannon Tablanche out there, all the top riders, mechanics to some of these top riders and trainers.
Is 717. And number 5 is 24.
Right, so Carty has moved up into 5th place. And it's the 717. Oh, Callum Marriott running in 4th place. A great ride there from the ex-Cape Town boy. Moved up to Johannesburg to pursue his motocross career. Obviously, lots and lots of tracks up in Gauteng. And yeah, he's running in 4th ahead of the out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha, and that's Mark Carty. So we've got 2 Red Bull KTMs up front, and 3rd and 5th place, the Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha riders. Grundy certainly has found some pace, the consistency, and just so smooth. Right, this is where it starts becoming a little bit tricky when they start coming past some of the lappers, some of the back markers. Oh, and Grundy goes in on the inside, uses the guy as the berm. Wow, that's a bit of a scary moment. Just such a wonderful riding style. Goes up on the inside of the Joker lane, goes off that jump, leans the bike into that corner, squares off, drives off, and he's definitely putting a gap on Cameron Duro. Then we've got Jaden Proctor sliding 4th, 5th place Callum Marriott, and he's just ahead of Mark Carty. So top riders now starting to lap quite a few of the back markers early on in this race. By the end of today, this track going to be so rutted, so many braking and acceleration bumps, and after our lunch break after this, we'll have our little 50 riders back out on circuit, going out for Moto 2. Nice drive that Grundy is getting. So Lucas Venter out on that Ridgeway Racing motorcycle. And well, we've also got another little rider from KZN that's also pretty quick, and that's Jordan van Beek. Tiny little rider, Jordan is. But he's hanging in there. Ethan Lowe, the youngest rider out in this class. And making his debut out in this class. Tristan Duro running out there as well. Paul Seki is out there. Rory Donaldson, our little Zambian rider. Matthew Correa out on that PLA racing bike. Marco Chuti. Emmanuel Bakker not with us today. Had an injury 2 weeks ago, so missing out on round 1 of the Nationals. And then we've also got Ryan Adler, and we know this kid can whip a motorbike. And we saw that at King of the Whip. Right, so we have a new rider that's gone up into 4th place as the race has progressed. Not quite sure who it is, but it is the number 66 that has actually moved up. But it looks like Grundy really has this race, bar anything happening, got it in the bag. Not too much race time left, over half race distance completed already for the Red Bull KTM number 450. And there goes Duro. So Duro not going to be happy with this. Literally dominated 2024 in the MX1 and MX2 class. And fortunately, no team orders. Best man wins. Right, just getting a little bit out of shape coming off that jump was Luke Grundy. Foot just sliding a little bit off those pegs. Got really pulled a massive gap. Kader van Deventer also making his debut out in this MX2 class. 1 to 5 rider from last year. Actually had a double win out at Thunder Valley in the 1 to 5 class last year. Jaden Holzhausen out on that 6-1-6. But so race leaders now catching up to a lot of the back markers. But just see the different lines that some of these riders take. Going into that whoop section now. You can see as Grundy cuts back, goes around the outside, squares off and gets past a back marker. And reaction time needs to be so quick in your decisions on going inside or outside of a lapper. So crucial. Flat out through that whoop section. And you can see how rutted out it is, how soft that sand is. So these riders keeping the bike pretty low, keeping that front wheel pretty light, and just cruising over that whoop section. Right, it certainly looks like Grundy having lots and lots of fun. The second man, he's probably a good 60 meters ahead of the number 1 of Cameron Duro. So Red Bull KTM first, Red Bull KTM second, Monster Energy Yamaha out there, Cameron Callum Marriott. Right, looks like our number 24 machine of Mark Harty's moved up a place or two. Right, Cameron DeRoe now just getting past some of these back markers as well. Not too much race time left for our race leader. So it looks like Mark Harty's moved up into our top 5 now. As you can see, Grundy going over, lifts his hand off and just takes the tail off his goggles so he can have a bit of a clear view and clear vision. Obviously a little bit of mud out on the circuit, but not too much. But once passing these lappers, you get roosted and just mud all over the goggles and helmet. So they either use tear-offs or rip-offs. A lot of riders using those 100% roll-off goggles as well, brought in by TRP distributors, one of our title sponsors and brand ambassadors for motocross in South Africa. Wait till Grundy comes through, just try and get an estimate on what's happening time-wise. Right, and Carty goes through, just got a quick visual of him there. Back to our race leader, and that's the 450 machine. Right, so he's going around the outside now. It's amazing, some of the riders going on the outside, some coming in on the inside. Going to go over that step up. And the last lap board has come out for Luke Grundy. This is going to be his maiden win out in this class. Double South African 125 champion, and he's got his teammate Cameron DeRoe behind him. Jaden Proctor still up there, Callum Marriott, Mark Carty. But so half a lap left for a race leader as they go around the back of the circuit. And you can see some nice deep ruts on that part of the track. Right, so the track got lots of different variants, lots of tabletops, lots of step-up, step-downs. Got the roof section, a couple of 180-degree left-handers, 180-degree right-handers, some nice flowing fast speedway-type corners with lots of grip, lots of drive. So literally everything that motocross can throw at you is right here at Weathered Motocross Track in East London. Brought to you by the Border Motocross Committee. Right, so Grundy's going to be coming around, and we'll see that reaction when he comes over that finish tabletop. And you can hear the crowd support just sitting right here with a couple of thousand spectators out here. Oh, who's going around the outside? Is that Grundy? Yeah, he went around the outside of the Joker lane. That time goes on the inside of this lane. Different camera angles. And the checkered flag has come out. Maiden win. DeRoe going to come in second place. Jaden Proctor. So a great race out in the MX2 class. Lots and lots of action still coming up. And folks, from myself, Grant Foley, lots and lots of issues. Unfortunately, you have to bear with us. Our live timing bombed out this morning, and all I have is this computer screen. Difficult to pick up numbers, and where I am doing the live streaming from is pretty far from the circuit, so I can't actually even see the track.
But the coverage on track by the cameraman, absolutely fantastic. Right, we're going to have a break for around about 30 minutes, and then we'll kick off with the MX50. Folks, we're going to have a break for about 30 minutes. Right, we're going to have a break for 30 minutes, and then we'll kick off racing once again with the little 50 guys.
The 50s X. After lunch.
Right, folks, lots and lots of food, lots and lots of drink available. Hey, Christopher, come this side here, come to me. Right, so Chris Gundy's just walked past me. He's a happy camper. His son has had his maiden win out in the MX3 class. And here comes Mrs. Grundy. Right, so folks, unfortunately we don't have heat podium ceremonies as our live timing bombed out this morning. But we will be having a prize giving a bit later today. Okay, folks, come here. Mrs. Grundy's running away. Just come here for 1 minute. This is a maiden win. You must be so chuffed.
Oh, I'm so proud of him. He's put in a lot of work to get where he is now, and yeah, hard work is definitely paying.
Right, because he rode the best track in the country, and that's done in the main Kentucky, am I right?
Yes, got the 2-1.
Very well done. Right, so folks, 30-minute lunch break. The beer garden is up at the top if you need a nice cold beverage. Lots and lots of fruit stalls, lots available to eat, to drink. Go up the food lane down the back of the circuit, and we'll catch up with you in 30 minutes.